Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Kandar Agom Vigamaniya Vishesha Shobham
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Chiram Gaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Hibalabhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Hibalabhakati Sadma Pando Mui Sabadana Mate Pando Mui Sabadana Mate Yara Prasade Bhai E Baba Toriya Yara Prasade Bhai E Baba Toriya Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Site Te Koriya Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Site Te Koriya Arana Koriyo Mane Aka Arana Koriyo Mane Aka Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Ye prasade pure sarva asha Ye prasade pure sarva asha Hakudana dilo ye jamme jamme Prabhu se Takudana dilo ye, jame jame Prabhu se. Divya Gyani de Prakatito. Divya Gyani de Prakatito. Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijabe Nasayate. Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijabe Nasayate. Vedegaya Racharito. Vedegaya Racharito. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamaja Narabandhu. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamaja Narabandhu. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Ha Prabhu Koradaya Demone Parajaya. Ha Prabhu Koradaya Demone Parajaya. Hebayat Kusuti Bhuvana. Hebayat Kusuti Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivate Sanyavadi Pachakari Satarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Gaura Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Gaura Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Everybody together. Hare Krishna. A little louder. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Oh, Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Paravakacharya, Satara Sata Shishimad, the Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Paravakacharya, Satara Sata Shishimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shri Makunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Chamuna Maya Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Prantad Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai, Vrihamardanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai, Go Premanandi! Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jananandana Yashodanandana Braja Jananandana Jamuna Tira Manachari Jamuna Tira Manachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jananandana Yashodanandana Braja Jananandana Jamuna Tira Manachari Jamuna Tira Manachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bo Savor the whole world Srila Prabhupada Ki Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 16, text 32 to 33. Ramadayo Badhu Titam Yad Apanga Moksha Kamastapa Samacharan Bhagavat Prapanyaha Sasti Svavasam Arvindavanam Vihaya Yat Pada Subhagam Alam Bhajate Nurakta Brahmadayo Bahutim Tithim Yad Apanga Moksha Kamastapa samacharan bhagavat prapanyaha. Sashri svava samarinda vanam vihaya. Yat pada subhagaham alam bhajate nurakta. Brahmadayo bahutitham yad apanga moksha. Kamastapa samacharan bhagavata prapaniha. Sasri svavasam arindavanam vihaya. Yat pada subhagaham alam bhajate nurakta. Text 33. Tasyaham abij kulis sankusha ketu ketai. Srimat padir bhagavata samalankritangi. Trin atyarocha upalabhya tato vihubitim. Lochan samam vrishajad utsmayatim tad ante. Word for word, Brahma Adaya, demigods such as Brahma. Bahu Titam, for many days. Yat, of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. Apanga Moksha, glance of grace. Kama, being desirous of. Tapa, penances. Samat Karan, executing. Bhagavat, unto the personality of Godhead. Prapannaha, surrendered. Sa, she, the goddess of fortune. Shri, Lakshmiji, Svavasam, her own abode. Aravinda Vanam, the forest of lotus flowers. Vihaya, leaving aside. Yat, whose. Pada, feet. Subhagam, all blissful. Alam, without hesitation. Bhajate, worships. Anukrita, being attached. Tasya, his. Aham, myself. Abja, lotus flower. Kulisha, thunderbolt. Ankusha, rod for driving elephants. Ketu, flag. Ketaya, impressions. Srimat, the owner of all opulence. Padai, by the soles of the lotus feet. Bhagavata, of the personality of Godhead. Samalan krita angi, one whose body is so decorated. Trin, 3. Ati, superseding. Aroche, beautifully decorated. Upalbhya, having obtained. Tata, thereafter. Vibhutim, specific powers. Lochan, planetary systems. Sa, he, mam, me. Vyas Rijat, gave up. Uts mayatim, while feeling proud. Tat ante, at the end. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Lakshmiji, the goddess of fortune, whose glance of grace was sought by demigods like Brahma, and for whom they surrendered many a day unto the personality of Godhead, gave up her own abode in the forest of lotus flowers and engaged herself in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord. I was endowed with specific powers to supersede the fortune of all the 3 planetary systems by being decorated with the impressions of the flag, thunderbolt, elephant driving rod, and lotus flower, which are signs of the lotus feet of the Lord. But at the end, when I felt I was so fortunate, the Lord left me. Purport. The beauty and opulence of the world can be enhanced by the grace of the Lord, and not by any man-made planning. When the Lord, Sri Krishna, was present on this earth, the impressions of the special signs of his lotus feet were stamped on the dust. And as a result of this specific grace, the whole world was made as perfect as possible. In other words, the rivers, seas, the forests, the hills, and the mines, which are the supplying agents for the necessities of men and animals, were fully discharging their respective duties. Therefore, the riches of the world surpassed all the riches of all other planets in the 3 planetary systems of the universe. One should, therefore, ask that the grace of the Lord always be present on earth, so that we may be favored with his causeless mercy and be happy, having all necessities of life. One may ask how we can detain the Supreme Lord on this earth after his mission is fulfilled, and he has left this earth for his own abode. The answer is that there is no need to detain the Lord. The Lord, being omnipresent, can be present with us if we want him at all. By his omnipresence, he can always be with us if we are attached to his devotional service by hearing, chanting, remembering, etc. There is nothing in the world with which the Lord is disconnected. The only thing we must learn is to excavate the source of connection and thus be linked with him by offenseless service. We can be connected with him by the transcendental sound representation of the Lord. The holy name of the Lord and the Lord himself are identical. And one who chants the holy name of the Lord in an offenseless manner can at once realize that the Lord is present before him. Even by the vibration of radio sound, we can partially realize sound relativity. And by resounding the sound of transcendence, we can verily feel the presence of the Lord. In this age, when everything is polluted by the contamination of Kali, it is instructed in the scriptures and preached by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that by chanting the holy name of the Lord, we can at once be free from contamination and gradually rise to the status of transcendence and go back to Godhead. The offenseless chanter of the holy name of the Lord is as auspicious as the Lord himself. And the movement of pure devotees of the Lord all over the world can at once change the troublesome face of the world. Only by the propagation of the chanting of the holy name of the Lord can we be immune from all effects of the age of Kali. Om Agana Timrandasya Jananjanan Salakaya Chakshu Naditam Jena Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Mano Visham Shapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Swapadantikam. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master is opening my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my humble obeisances under the dust of his lotus feet. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskatadesha Tarini Vanchakalpataru Vaischa Kripasindhusevacha Patitana Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we're reading the chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the spotless Purana. The Srimad Bhagavatam has arisen in this dark age of Kali to give us the light of knowledge and to dispel the darkness of ignorance. And so, how Parikshit received the age of Kali. This is Canto 1, Chapter 16. how Pariksit received the age of Kali, and he's seen, gone up to Bhumi, the cow. She's being abused by Kali. And so he asks her some questions, and he says, basically says, who's doing this to you? The earthly deity in the form of a cow thus replied to the personality of religious principles in the form of a bull. O Dharma, whatever you have inquired from me shall be known to you. I shall try to reply to all those questions. Once you too were maintained by 4 legs, and you increased happiness all over the universe by the mercy of the Lord. So we still have just Dharma the bull and the cow, Mother Bhumi, the earthly deity of the deity of the earth planet in the form of a cow. So she is replying to all the questions that Dharma the bull has placed to her. And so she starts out by saying, well, first of all, you know the answer because you are the personality of religious principles personified. You're in the form of a bull, but, O Dharma, whatever you have inquired from me is already known to you, shall be known to you, but I will try to answer your questions. Once you too were maintained by 4 legs, and you increased happiness all over the world by the mercy of the Lord. So Bhumi immediately mentions Krishna. Why is everybody happy? Why was everything going so well before the advent of Kali? And of course the answer is because Krishna, the mercy of Krishna. Krishna was on the planet, and so we get a. They start out with Bhumi starts out with the most amazing personality to discuss, and so she begins to speak about Krishna, describes all his qualities, 40 qualities. Thank you, Prabhu. 40 qualities of Krishna: truthfulness, cleanliness, etc., fidelity, fame, worship. So, the personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna, is the reservoir of all goodness and beauty. Lord Krishna has now closed his transcendental pastimes on the face of the earth. In his absence, the age of Kali has spread its influence everywhere. So I am sorry to see this condition of existence. She also says, I am thinking about myself also, O best amongst the demigods, about you, as well as about all the demigods, sages, denizens of Pitraloka, devotees of the Lord, and all men obedient to the system of Varna and Ashrama in human society. So Bhumi then comes to today's verse, and she's explaining things to us, the philosophy and the understanding of devotional service. Lakshmiji, the goddess of fortune, whose glance of grace was sought by demigods like Lord Brahma, and for whom they surrendered many a day unto the personality of Godhead, gave up her own abode in the forest of lotus flowers and engaged herself in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord. I was endowed with specific powers to supersede the fortune of all the 3 planetary systems by being decorated with the impressions of the flag, thunderbolt, elephant driving rod, and lotus flower, which are signs of the lotus feet of the Lord. But at the end, when I felt I was so fortunate, the Lord left me. So Mother Earth is explaining that she felt so enlivened, so fortunate to have the impressions of the flag, thunderbolt, elephant driving rod, and lotus flower, which are signs of the lotus feet of the Lord. Well, how did she get those impressions on her own person? Because Krishna was walking on the planet, and his feet have those symbols on them. So when Krishna walks in the dust on the earth, he leaves the impression of the flag, the thunderbolt, the elephant driving rod, and the lotus flower. And so this is Bhumi's explaining, this is such an incredible blessing. And she was so fortunate. But at the end, when Bhumi says she felt so fortunate, then the Lord left, right? Maybe similar to the gopis, when they start to be a little bit proud. What happens? Krishna leaves them in the Ras Leela dance. They're in the forest, and they start to feel, oh, Krishna's dancing with me. Oh, especially Srimati Radharani, Krishna is only dancing with me, Krishna is carrying me, and boom, Krishna disappears. And then they are forlorn, and they begin to look around for Krishna. So, of course, they go up, they see Lord Narayan, but it's really Krishna, and he's taken the form of Narayan. They say, "Oh, Lord Narayan, do you know where Krishna is?" And Krishna's trying to keep himself in that form. He wants to be Shama Sundar, he wants to be Krishna. And so he does this to enhance the love that the gopis have for him. There's togetherness, and then there's separation. And Krishna exhibited these pastimes on this planet only 5,000 years ago in order to help us to become devotees, so that we could hear these pastimes and become pure devotees by following the principles of religious duties, dharma, and the specific instructions of the Hare Krishna movement, which is the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, extant on this earth planet today. And so if we follow the principles of this Hare Krishna movement, we will chant, dance, feast, read, associate, preach, and try to give Krishna to others. And so in doing this, we should remember how the effect that Krishna had on the world, and that there was no Kali Yuga was possible with Krishna still on the planet. And so Prabhupada states in the purport that the world, the earth, was even more opulent than any other world, any other planet in the universe. And that's pretty amazing, because there's some very, very opulent places right in the heavenly kingdoms. The Kuveras, the treasure of the demigods, they just have unlimited wealth. And yet, Lakshmi, comes here to worship Krishna, and she's always on the chest of the Lord, and she's worshiping his lotus feet. So it's explained like this, that for the earth planet to have all of these amazing riches, and Prabhupada states that when the Lord was present on this earth, the impressions of the special signs of his lotus feet were stamped on the dust. And as a result of this special grace, the whole world was made as perfect as possible. Rivers, the seas, the forests, the hills, and the mines, which are the supplying agents for the necessities of men and animals, were fully discharging their respective duties. Therefore, the riches of the world surpassed all the riches of other planets, and this was due to the grace of the Lord. Srila Prabhupada says, one should therefore ask that the grace of the Lord always be present on the earth, so that we may be favored with his causeless mercy and be happy, having all necessities of life. That's what real happiness is to have all necessities of life, right? It's about, Prabhupada would say when he would see some artwork, or I think maybe in New York or LA when he was in his early pastimes, he said art means full belly, because people who aren't being taken care of don't make art, right? If you don't have enough of the necessities of life, you don't sit around and think, well, what kind of painting should I draw, or what sculpture should I make? And so this principle is there, that the reason we have all the necessities of life is the grace of the Lord. So if it's the case that the world was totally favored, so that the rivers and the seas and the forests and hills and mines were fully discharging their respective duties, how do we get that again? How can do we detain the Lord? Prabhupada asked that question. So are we to ask the Lord to stay? Are we to try to make him be present with us? And Prabhupada says he leaves the earth for his own abode, but there's no need to detain the Lord. The Lord, being omnipresent, can be present with us if we want him at all. The Lord, being omnipresent, even though he's in the spiritual world, He can be present with us if we want him at all. That at all is very interesting. He doesn't just say that Krishna can be present with us if we want him. He says if we want him at all. That means even a little bit. Even if we want Krishna just a little bit, Krishna helps us. How does he do that? Krishna helps us because we wanted him a little bit. We didn't understand him before we joined Hare Krishna, right? Maybe some of us had connection with Krishna before, but I hadn't really heard about Krishna except through George Harrison's My Sweet Lord, right? The Hare Krishna mantra is chanted there. And I'd seen some skits and things on TV that mentioned Hare Krishna. And so I'd heard the name, but I didn't know that this understanding of Krishna, that he can be with us all the time if we want him at all. So what is it that we really wanted? We wanted maybe relief from suffering, we wanted reward, we wanted riches, we wanted fame. So even though some of us come to the Hare Krishna movement with still so much, improper motives, right? We say we want spiritual knowledge, but really what we want is just, a nice place to live. And, Krishna, I'll do these practices, but what I really need is, a nice job, and now I want a family, and I want this and that. And so Krishna is, yes, you should have those things. You're performing devotional service. And so Krishna lets us know he'll take care of us. And the way he takes care of us in the most brilliant and overwhelming way is he sends the spiritual master. He gives us guru. Krishna gives us the spiritual master. We surrender. We take instructions from the spiritual master. And the spiritual master gives us Krishna. So this wonderfulness of Krishna, that even though he is in the spiritual world, he's omnipresent. So he's with us if we want him. And Krishna is so kind that even if we don't want him directly, because we know, okay, here's Radha Kalachandji, there's deities of Krishna, there's Krishna has many names like Govinda, so many names of Krishna. It doesn't matter if we don't know that before we come. We have a desire for Krishna in our heart. We don't even understand it, but we know, we can feel it. We can feel super soul. We can feel that God exists. We can feel God in our heart sometimes. He will reveal himself in that way. And he reveals himself in the outward way, right? In the beautiful world, sometimes we see beautiful things, and they're overwhelming. Of course, at nighttime, if you go out where there's no city lights and you can see the fullness of the stars, I mean, it's like cloudy and it's colorful. How many stars and stuff there is out there in the cosmos, in the universe, and it's overwhelming. And so you can just imagine what we don't see it now. So we never get overwhelmed by that because we're in a city where there's so much light, light pollution they call it. You can't even see the stars. You can only see a few, the most prominent ones. But if you go out, and they say especially if you go to the equator, the Earth's equator, and you see the stars, it's unbelievable. It's so brilliant. And you see so many stars, and it's clear. What atheist can look at all of that and say it came from nothing? There is no God. It's ridiculous. These are the things that resonate with someone who has a little bit of faith. Some people have been hurt by things that have happened in their lives, and so they turn away from religion, or they say God doesn't exist, or they become upset when they see other people suffering and say, how can a merciful Lord do this? And the fact is that although bad things happen to apparently good people, we all did bad things. We all did things that necessitate karma being wielded against us. And also we know this is a temporary world. It's not meant to be forever. There's going to be birth, old age, disease, and death. Sometimes you don't even get the old age part. Sometimes you don't even get disease. You just get birth and death. And that's the planet. That's the Earth planet. This is also known, in addition to being known as Bart Vars, the Earth planet is known as the planet of death, because as assuredly as something takes birth, it will die. This is the same condition on the heavenly planets, although you live for a lot longer. So there's really no happiness in the material world. And this is the point of the teachings of the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita, and why Guru comes, why Krishna sends us Guru, so that we can be instructed in these books, in this knowledge, in the Vedas, and in the cream of all Vedic knowledge, and in the actual words of Krishna himself on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Right before the battle is about to take place, Krishna is there with Arjuna, and he's going to speak Bhagavad Gita, because Arjuna is the friend of Krishna, and Arjuna turns to Krishna as a friend and said, I can't fight. I can't do this. These are my friends. These are my relatives. I love these men who are on the other side, and I'm really sad that they want to fight. They want to kill me, and so because they want to kill me, I have to kill them. And he knows how hard that's going to be to fight, because Arjuna is a soft-hearted devotee of the Lord. And so Krishna speaks Bhagavad Gita basically as a pep talk, right? No, it's much more than that. To dispel the darkness of illusion that's overcome Arjuna. Arjuna is never in darkness of illusion. But for our purposes, Arjuna has his moment of doubt. And so Krishna dispels his illusion of why he should fight, and that the reasons that Arjuna gives for not fighting are not valid. And don't we do this all day long? What are our reasons for not serving? Our reasons for not doing our duty? Well, I'm a little tired today. I think I'll stay home. I should rest. I should keep my health. And I don't really want to eat healthy. I just want to eat whatever I can, and it's what's tasty and good. I don't want to, eat healthy things. I just want to be lazy. And it's the same thing. Gita is there for us to give us the knowledge so that we will fight. We'll go forward and fight, not just the fight of life, fight to stay alive, fight to be a human being, but we fight to be devotees. We fight ourselves, right? We have to fight our own mind, our intelligence, our false egos. We have to fight our mind that doesn't want to do devotional service. It wants to try and have sense gratification. And you have to fight it. And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, when you get up in the morning, you have to beat your mind with shoes. You have to beat your mind. You have to beat your mind into submission. Now, you can't pick up a shoe and hit yourself in the head, but it means metaphorically, symbolically, you go after your mind the way you would go after anything with a shoe that you're mad at, that you want something to control. I'm gonna beat you with this shoe if you don't do what I say. This is a pretty extreme example, right? We don't do that to people. We don't beat people with shoes. In self-defense, yes, but so Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is recommending that we take it so seriously that he uses this extreme example to say, don't let your mind keep you in bed asleep. Don't let your mind make you wander off and lose the benefit of this knowledge, of the knowledge of how to perform devotional service, to go back home, back to Godhead. And so Krishna is on the battlefield. He's with Arjuna. He's speaking. And I was thinking of this morning, how the chariot of Krishna and Arjuna had the flag of Hanuman, right? The flag of Hanuman. And this was a sign, right, of that Krishna was already on the chariot. There was no question of defeat. It was assured victory. And the other army knew this. But how even more so to see the flag of Hanuman. And they all knew who Hanuman was, right? They all knew the Ramayana. They knew who Lord Ram, Sita, Lakshman, Hanuman are. And they know, here's Hanuman on the flag, which is on the chariot. And Hanuman, it wasn't just a flag with a picture of Hanuman. Hanuman was on the flag. He was there personally in the flag. And as the battle was going on, he would yell and he would talk and scream. So, what would you do? You can just imagine the warriors on the other side. They must have just, if you had any doubt about your defeat, look at this. You are going to be defeated. You are not going to win. And this is a sign for us as well. If we follow these principles, we should have faith that we will be victorious. We have reams and reams and so many generations of pure devotees in our lineage, in our line of guru and guru disciple. And we join this line and we become a part of it. We're connected to it. We're connected through our spiritual master to his spiritual master. And we get connected to Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and all these amazing personalities, and they help us. Being connected, being part of this army, it's a Sankirtan army. We have the help of personalities like we can't even imagine, right? Who knows how many wonderful personalities are helping us at all times. Srila Rupa Goswami, he is the foremost maidservant with Lalita serving Srimati Radharani. He's Lalita Devi's Manjari for Radharani, to serve Radharani, and he works under Lalita and Radharani's instructions. So he is the founder of this. He's the one of principal, Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, the principal followers of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and so we are in a line with them. They were the personal servants and students of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And so our line is full of these personalities. Just as Arjuna had Hanuman and his brothers and so many well-wishers that were on his side to fight, right? We have the same people, the same personalities. And it's not just a question of, well, they're gone, they're not here. Prabhupada says that. He says, even though Krishna is not here, he's omnipresent. It doesn't mean he's gone. And he's here if you want him at all, even a little bit, even if you want him a little bit. And what does Krishna do for all the devotees in the movement? He takes that little spark that we have and he fans it. The spiritual master knows how to fan a little tiny spark. And have you ever seen that? Someone who started a fire from a little flint and tinder, they call it, right? You take some stones or a little piece of metal and you start clicking the stone against it to get sparks. And you get a little tiny spark and you do it down so that the spark hits this little dry grass and starts to, then you gently fan it and then it will turn into a fire, right? It'll turn into a fire. And then you gently add bigger and bigger sticks until it becomes a huge, huge blazing fire. So this is what the spiritual master does for us devotionally. And the fire gets bigger through our devotional service. Prabhupada says, by Krishna's omnipresence, he can always be with us if we want him at all. By his omnipresence, he can always be with us if we are attached to his devotional service by hearing, chanting, remembering, serving, all of those items of devotional service. Hearing, chanting, remembering. There is nothing in the world which is not connected to Krishna. Everything is connected to Krishna. The only thing we must learn is to excavate the source of connection. Wow, that's an interesting phrase, isn't it? The thing we have to learn is to excavate the source of connection. Excavate means to uncover, to learn it, to figure it out, to find it. Okay, let's find out what is the source of connection. To who? To Krishna. What is the source of that connection? It's the spiritual master. It's the holy name. It's serving. It's performing devotional service. And thus we can become linked with him by offenseless service. And so even though we might commit offenses in our service early on, we persevere, and our service becomes less offensive and becomes offenseless eventually. We can be connected with Krishna by the transcendental sound representation of the Lord. The holy name of the Lord and the Lord himself are identical. And one who chants the holy name of the Lord in an offenseless manner can at once realize that the Lord is present before him. Wow. So we don't have to say, well, the last age ended when Krishna left, so Kali is inevitable. Kali Yuga is going to be bad. There's nothing we can do about it. No. We can make Krishna be present here, even during Kali Yuga, by performing devotional service, and specifically excavating the source of the connection, which is the holy name. And Prabhupada says something really extraordinary. He says that the offenseless chanter of the holy name of the Lord is as auspicious as the Lord himself. Wow, that's incredible. But it does make it clear, the offenseless chanter. So we have to have this as our goal, to chant Hare Krishna without offense. What does that mean? It means not being distracted. It means listening to the holy name, to the words, to the syllables as you chant. And if your mind wanders, you bring it back. There are also the 10 offenses to the holy name. And we recite those in the morning. And we have to respect each other. That's one of the biggest blocks to chanting, is that we still commit offenses to other devotees and to people in the world. We have to not only talk what we want, we have to walk the walk, right? We have to follow what we say. We can't just preach and not do it in practice, because if we don't, number one, we're hypocrites. Number two, people will see that, they won't follow, they won't be attracted. And of course, if we don't do that, then we're not going to get the result that we're after either, which is offenseless chanting, because we only have so much time in this life, that we've already hit the jackpot, right? We've already hit the mega lottery, right? Unbelievable mercy that we've actually got to join this movement and get a spiritual master and hear who Prabhupada is, and know what Bhagavatam is, and hear from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. This is unbelievable. I mean, the hard part is done, really, right? The most difficult thing, you have to get the mercy of a pure devotee. We all have that. We have Prabhupada's mercy. We have our spiritual masters. We've taken initiation from a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, we understand, or a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada. We're in a line with Prabhupada. So that's the key for getting the mercy. And so we have to, though, it's not just done as soon as we get initiation, right? That's only the beginning. That's the beginning of chanting, and offenseless chanting, because we get the bhakti lata bij, right? The seed of devotional service is planted in our heart by the spiritual master, and it's watered by our chanting of the holy names. So we're trying to make ourselves an offering to Krishna. We wear neck beads, right? We have tulsi on our neck. Why do we wear tulsi? Because any offering to Krishna must include tulsi. So the spiritual master is saying, you start wearing tulsi now. I know you're contaminated, but don't worry, tulsi will help you. We worship tulsi in the morning, and we circumambulate her, and we ask for forgiveness of our many foibles and things we haven't done perfectly. So we don't dwell on it. We don't sit there and criticize each other for our faults, our fall downs, our unwanted dirty things in our heart that we still have. We don't just focus on that, because devotees still have some of those things in their heart. But we recognize that by the process of Krishna consciousness, it's coming out. They're getting rid. It's being revealed to the soul so it can see this is covering the soul. And so you scrub it so you can see the soul, the mirror of the soul. And so we have to be so loving and so compassionate, not just with ourselves and forgiving our own problems and sinfulness and ways we don't measure up and our sense gratification. We're quick to forgive ourselves, but we have to be the same way with others. And even with very, very sinful people in the material world who have no knowledge of spiritual understanding of the Hare Krishna movement, we have to give them Krishna. They say, well, they may kill me. Well, that's what happened with Nityananda and Haridas Thakur. When they went up to Jagai and Madai, they said, please, just chant these holy names. All of your problems will go away. Can you imagine Lord Nityananda walking up to you and asking you to do anything? The most beautiful face. These sadhus, come up. Haridas Thakur, the Nam Acharya of chanting the holy names. So many rounds chanting. He's so in love, so attached to chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And so he goes with Lord Nityananda, and they go up to Jagai and Madai. And Haridas Thakur is, what are we doing? These men will kill us. And so they have to run away the first time they try to talk to Jagai and Madai. They get chased away, and they run back. And after they get away from the two rogues, they embrace and they laugh. And Haridas Thakur, he goes to Advaita Acharya, and he tells him what happened. He said, not only did Lord Nityananda not stay away from these two, he went up to him and told them they should chant. And they chased us, and we only got away within an inch of our lives. Maybe they had weapons out and they were chasing them. So they got away, and when Advaita Acharya hears this, he goes into an ecstatic emotional state, and he rips his shirt off, and he goes, that's nothing for Lord Nityananda Prabhu to do that. It's nothing. He goes, as soon as those rogues were, Lord Nityananda saw them. As soon as he saw them, they were saved. And he becomes overwhelmed in this emotion of the wonderful quality of the Guru saving us from the Kali Yuga. And so it's such a sweet thing to know that just as Nityananda Prabhu became the Guru of Jagai and Madai, and they were forgiven for all of their sins, and their sins were uncountable. They had extra staff in the heavenly planets to keep track of their sins. They couldn't keep, or in the Yamaraj, in the lower planets, to keep track of all of their sins. They couldn't do it. Every sinful activity there was, they had engaged in, and reams of it. And so to have Guru come and take away all of that, that's what Lord Nityananda Prabhu did for Jagai and Madai, for the glory of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for the Sankirtan movement. This is why Lord Chaitanya propagated the Sankirtan movement. He wants to reclaim all the fallen conditioned souls. He doesn't just say, Krishna says, well, I'm going to come as Lord Chaitanya to experience the love that Radharani has for me. Krishna, in experiencing that, says, I want to give this to everyone. This is so amazing and wonderful. It's the highest, it's the topmost enjoyment that a soul can have to interact with Krishna on that level. And Krishna says, Lord Chaitanya says, I'm going to give it to everybody. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. No incarnation of Krishna does this. Like Krishna says, when Krishna's here, you got to follow to get Krishna, But when Kali Yuga starts, it becomes a mercy. We all become mercy cases, and we get the easiest way to go back to Godhead, chanting the Lord's names, because Krishna removes himself physically, the body of Krishna, not physically, there's no physical form of Krishna, but Krishna as Bhagavan leaves the planet, but he's still omnipresent, and he stays here in the connection through the holy names. So if we chant the holy names, we can go back to Godhead. We can, and the big problem of Kali Yuga right now is it's so degraded, it's so awful, bad things are happening, and they are getting worse, right? There's famine because there's drought, because there's problems, because there's wars, because there's this problem, and it's all interconnected. So there's all these dominoes falling all over the place, making things worse, making things, more difficult, more suffering. And Kali Yuga is expanding the horribleness of Kali. Okay, if we can just become pure devotees, each one of us, chant the holy name with offenseless chanting in a pure state of mind, then the offenseless chanter of the holy name of the Lord is as auspicious as the Lord himself. That means the Lord will be here. Through the holy name and the way he anoints, the way he perfects, the way the pure devotee is perfected through chanting Hare Krishna and through preaching. We saw this with Srila Prabhupada. That's why we follow the example and we follow the teachings of Srila Prabhupada. Not to become Srila Prabhupada. There's only one Srila Prabhupada. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. There's only one. But we follow, and if we follow and we chant offenselessly, look at what we can do to serve this Sankirtan movement. Tamal Krishna Goswami, my spiritual master, a lifetime of service to Srila Prabhupada. Amazing. Attracted thousands of souls to this movement and interacted with them so personally, so perfectly as well. And to instruct us, because we all have these difficulties of our past and our mind and our parents and our loved ones and our sadness and our happiness and all these things. It all has to be purified. And so the spiritual master is the tireless servant of the Lord, trying to bring all these souls back. He's the spiritual master is the greatest servant and does the most service, right? Because the disciples are difficult, very, very difficult, especially the newest ones. We think we're coming and it's going to be a lot of fun, it's eating and chanting and dancing. Oh, I can go for this, But then you have to deal with the realness of what's in your heart. Were you just here for some sense enjoyment? Are you going to try to dovetail Krishna consciousness, sense enjoyment into your Krishna consciousness? No, we don't dovetail sense gratification in the service. You can't, first of all, and you shouldn't fool yourself by thinking, oh, I'm going to enjoy this. There's no question we get enjoyment from performing devotional service, but that's not the reason we do it. It comes as a result of being surrendered and doing for Krishna. So it's not what we do and what we get. It's not about getting stuff. It's not about getting fed. It's not about getting happiness. It's not about feeling euphoria when you dance or you're with others who have feeling euphoria, and it's a whole feeling, right? It's not about that. It's about Krishna consciousness, about what is your mindset when you do devotional service? What are you thinking of? What are you feeling? What are you and you should be thinking of Krishna. I'm serving Krishna. Okay, I'm cleaning a toilet, but it's at the temple. I'm serving Krishna. I'm doing a job outside, and it's awful and difficult, and I hate it, but I'm serving Krishna from that job because I'm giving some of my hard-earned wealth to the temple. I'm giving money to my spiritual master. I'm giving money to Mayapur, whatever. We should be giving donations, and most importantly, we're using the money we make from our jobs to support our families. And we're raising our families in Krishna consciousness. And if you're doing that sincerely to the best of your abilities, of course it's going to be a fiasco. There's going to be troubles and difficulties. But Krishna is kind, and he will make it perfect in time. It takes time, though. We can't accept the small difficulties as setbacks. We just accept that it's not always perfect. We're still trying to become perfect and be a better parent or be a better spouse, and help our children, to get Krishna consciousness. And so if you do that, then all your efforts at work to make that money are purified. It's all devotional service. That is unbelievable. And in fact, all you did to get that job, going to school, getting training, getting a certification, or whatever you did from preschool, all this learning you had, all of that time learning counts as devotional service. because it came to support the thing you're doing now that is service to Krishna. And that's how magnanimous Krishna is. Wow. That's how powerful pure devotional service is. Devotional service to Krishna is so extraordinary. It's so out of the ordinary that even just a little bit, even just a little bit of desire to know who is Krishna, Krishna jumps in. Yes, I want you to know me. I want you back. I want you back. There's trillions of souls, uncountable souls in the material universes. And Krishna wants each and every one of them to come back home, back to Godhead. And the way they do it is by chanting the holy name. And then, when we chant the holy name offenselessly, we become as auspicious as the Lord himself. And then Kali Yuga won't be so bad. Now, that's not why we do it. We do it because we want to give Krishna to others. We want those souls to go back home, back to Godhead. But the more we do this, we not only purify ourselves, but we help to purify others through the power of the holy name. It's always the powerful. We're just the conduits. We're just the agents. We're just the sellers, right? We're just giving. We're trying to give this knowledge. Take this and take this mantra and learn it and chant it, and you will get the result. And I don't want anything in return for that. I just want to tell you this because you're a spirit soul and you're showing some interest in spiritual understanding. So now let us tell you. So we have the temple here to attract people. We have the restaurant here to attract people. And sometimes people that come, they ask these questions. Well, wow, they begin to be attracted and they want to know. And so sometimes it feels slow. But it's clear. Prabhupada says this in the late 1950s when he wrote this purport. He hadn't come to the West yet, but he makes the point. It's amazing. He makes the point that when the devotee goes all around the world, you see where he says that? He said, even by the vibration of radio sound, we can partially realize sound relativity, sound's relativity, and by resounding the sound of transcendence. So Prabhupada says even a radio, emits things and you can hear, but when it's a transcendental sound vibration, it resounds transcendentally, and we can feel the presence of the Lord. In this age, when everything is polluted by the contamination of Kali, it is instructed in the scriptures and preached by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that by chanting the holy name of the Lord, we can at once be free from contamination and gradually rise to the status of transcendence and go back to Godhead. The offenseless chanter of the holy name of the Lord is as auspicious as the Lord himself. And the movement of pure devotees of the Lord all over the world can at once change the troublesome face of the world. Prabhupada was sitting in Vrindavan writing these purports, and he spent so much effort to get his Bhagavatams printed so he would bring this knowledge, this statement, to the West. And it's true that the offenseless chanter of the Lord is as auspicious as the Lord himself, and the movement of such pure devotees who are as auspicious as the Lord himself can at once change the troublesome face of the world. So now we're seeing that. We see the disciples of Srila Prabhupada who have become so advanced and are proving what Prabhupada taught, that the next generation becomes pure devotees. There are so many pure devotees in our movement. We have pure devotees here in Dallas. We have so many disciples. Indra Yumna Maharaj, Bibi Govinda Swami, Shivaram Swami, so many, Radhanath Swami Maharaj. I don't want to leave anybody out, but I can't, basically, like almost all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, right? If they're not all traveling the world all the time, they're at least on the path of perfection, and they'll be pure devotees. But many of them have become extremely advanced right now in their lives, and they are touchstones. People that they encounter become devotees. When you see Indra Yumna Maharaj, I just got to see him a few weeks ago, in Utah at the Sadhu Sangha Festival, you see someone who is a touchstone. Little children, middle-aged people, old people, they're affected just by seeing him. How much more they're affected when they hear from him, because he is an offenseless chanter of the holy name, and his presence is as auspicious as the Lord himself. You can feel it. People are drawn to him. I'm drawn to him. You can't stop looking at him. You want to hear from him. You want to follow him around. And this is how I felt about my spiritual master. And so we are called upon, now that we've encountered these persons and we see that this is really true, we have proof that what Prabhupada says in this purport is true. Now we have to become offenseless chanters and become pure devotees and then make the world auspicious. So this is the way that we counteract Kali Yuga. We don't sit there and make a campaign to tell people what they can do, to avoid the next war, or how to make, politicians more moral. That's not going to happen. Politicians will never become moralists. They'll never become good. They always are people that are driven by desire for wealth, prestige, honor, and distinction, right? And so these are just the foremost. Everybody wants that, but the politicians are just the foremost among us that want that the most and work the hardest to get it, right? How do we purify them? By telling them about Krishna. We can't deal with them on the material basis. The solution to the material problem is not material. The solution to the material problem of Kali Yuga is the spiritual answer. It's the only thing that will work to make Kali Yuga into the time of Krishna. And we can. The more people that become devotees, the more souls that become surrendered and fully Krishna conscious and chant the holy names offenselessly. So that also means that you're chanting the holy names, right? To chant the holy names offenselessly means you're chanting, right? And if you're leaving your beads sitting on the bookshelf and you don't chant your rounds every day, then you're not going to develop offenseless chanting because you're not even chanting. It's okay to do tons of other service. Say, well, I'm more attracted to other kinds of service. Yes, don't give that up. Keep doing it. Cook for Krishna. Clean for Krishna. Worship Krishna on the altar. Do whatever you have to do and never give that up. But don't forget, we have to chant our rounds. We have to chant Hare Krishna so the holy name purifies us so that we become fully Krishna conscious. And we don't just think, well, I'm 50% there, I'm 20 or 10, I'm 5% there. Me, that's enough. I'm going to count on Krishna for the rest. No, we have to do it all. We have to be surrendered. And not just a little bit, And if you do, well, then you don't know, right? You don't know what is going to be the result. Prabhupada didn't take that chance. Prabhupada was always afraid of Maya. He said, that's the two problems that his disciples had. One, they didn't read his books. Two, they weren't afraid of Maya. He said, Prabhupada was always afraid of Maya because he knew how powerful she was, being the energy of Krishna himself. But it's never Krishna. He's never contaminated by the material energy that he himself creates. But he is the creator of that energy. So it is Krishna. And so he knew how powerful it could be. Lord Chaitanya was flabbergasted. Lord Chaitanya couldn't believe how Junior Haridas got attracted to a woman. He was in the presence of Lord Chaitanya. And he looked at a woman, and she wasn't even a young, beautiful woman. She was like a middle-aged one, but his eyes just turned to look at her. Lord Chaitanya sees this. He was astonished by how powerful the material energy is to keep us imprisoned in the material world. And if we don't do this, if we don't start to chant and follow and perform devotional service, then we remain in the prison house. Kali and Durga, that's what they're here for. They're here to keep us in the material world. And if we want to enjoy ourselves, if we haven't had quite enough material sense enjoyment yet, don't worry. You can have all you want. There's lots of lifetimes ahead of you if you want to stay in the material world, right? Oh, well, I haven't been president. Yeah, I need this. I want to do that. I haven't been rich enough yet. Okay, fine. You need more time in the heavenly planets. Go get it. You need more time here to have billions of dollars and be the king of the world. Well, okay, here you go. what's the result, though? It's constant birth, old age, disease, and death. Birth, old age, disease, and death. How do you know you may meet the devotees again your next birth? How do you know? Why take the chance? Like, okay, we get to pick up where we left off. Prabhupada, that's stated in the Gita, whatever level of Krishna consciousness you have, you will take up again in your next life. But what if you become distracted? What if you're on that, and if you go to the heavenly planets, you're not thinking about Hare Krishna. You're not thinking of chanting. You go for the sense enjoyment because it's so easy, and you drink the Soma Ras, and it's very subtle, and it's very cultured, and it's very, it's not, gross. It's very high class enjoyment, right? But it's very addictive and very, very, and you have to be there for thousands of years. And you have to enjoy in the heavenly planets. If you take birth there, you have to enjoy, right? Oh, some people say, oh, well, that sounds good. It's not, because it's not forever. You still have to come back. And there's still suffering there. And you don't stay there forever. So you have to come back to the earth planet. And then you're still stuck in the same position. Okay, what am I going to be now? Bird, fish, animal. Even if you don't go into the animal life again, being born a human is awful. There's so many problems with the body and the difficulties. We all know it. We all have a body. Why are we so enamored of it? We look in the mirror and we just think, hey, good looking. How are you today? What are you going to do to take care of yourself today? That's what I think when I look at myself in the mirror, and it's not. The body's getting older, diseased. It's going to atrophy. It's going to dwindle, and it's going to die. So we don't know when. So since we don't know when, and it could happen at any moment, we should become Krishna conscious now. So I always go way over the time that I said I would take. But thank you for being here. Thanks for listening in. Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Srila Prabhupada ki.
लगा लिया
jana Hari Hari Amiti Hame Jana Radha Hari Hari Radha Hari Hari Jana Jana पया राधा कृष्ण नाम पया राधा कृष्ण सजीवाना पैया राधा कृष्ण भाइया मनुष्य जीवाना पैया राधा कृष्ण भाइया पापी कपी जत छी हरि नमे उद्धार पापी कपी जत अछिलन हरि नमे उद्धार सखी जगाई करम सखी जगाई अरे पापी तपी निरत थी पापी कपी जात थी हरि नमे उद्धारी ताजा सखी जगानी तारा सखी Hari 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 Ami Bifale Radha Krishna Radha प्रभु तुम्हीं बिना तेरा हरि 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 चिंतामणि प्रकर समसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिः रविपालयन्तम् चिंतामणि प्रपदसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रमसे पुमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषम् तमहं भजामि वेणुं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसिता बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षाय लक्षामृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन् आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम् आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी प्रणयकेली कलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि कल्पवृक्षनखावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि नखावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् वेणुं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षं मृहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् गन्धर्वकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्ष्यावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्जल विग्रह गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभीरविपालयन्तम् वेदं कन्नन्तम् अरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसितं बुधसुन्दराङ्गं वेनं कन्नन्तं अरवि काक्षं बरहावतं समसितं बुधसुन्दराङ्गं कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि कन्दर्पकोटिकमणीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रमसेवमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् हरि हरि जन हरि हरि अनिति फले जन राधा हरि हरि राधा कृष्ण জানি আসুন হরি হরি বিফলে জনা বল্লভে প্রেম ধন হরি বল্লভে প্রেম ধন হরি জনকায় আমি তো বারে না কই হরি হরি জানা হরি হরি ফলে জানা পাইয়া রাধা কৃষ্ণ নাম পাইয়া রাধা কৃষ্ণ জানি আমি যে सजीवाना पैया राधा कृष्ण भाइया मनो सजीवाना पैया राधा कृष्ण भाइया আমি জেনে শুনে হরি হরি তাই পাপি তাপি যত ছি হরি নামে উদ্ধার পাপি তাপি যত ছিলেন হরি নামে তারা সখী দাদাই তারা সখী দাদাই अरे पापी तपी निजत हरि नमे पापी तपी जात हरि नामे उद्धारी तारा सखी जगामी तारा सखी हरि 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 আমি বিফলে राधा कृष्ण नाम लिया मन राधा कृष्ण नाम लिया करुणा चलिया राम पाए नरोत्तम दास कहे न चलिया राम पाए तुम्हें बिना प्रभु तुम्हें बिना तेरा हरि 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 धृता मानसी वेदम् विहित वहित्र च प्रलय पायाधि जले धृत मानसी वेदम् विहित वहित्र च श्रमखेदम् केशवधृता मीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता मीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे प्रलय पयधि जले धृत मानसी वेदम् विहित वहित्र च क्षेत्रमखेदम् केशवधृत मीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश केशवधृत मीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे कीर्तिरति विपुला तारे ते सति तव प्रीष्टे कीर्तिरति विपुला तारे ते सति तव प्रीष्टे धरानि धरन किन चक्र गरिष्ठे कीर्तिरति विपुला तारे ते सति तव प्रीष्ठे धरानि धरन किन चक्र गरिष्ठे केशवधृता कूर्म शरीर अय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता कूर्म शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे असति दर्शन शिखारे वासति दशना शिखरे धरणीतं रोशिनी कलङ्ककलेवनिमग्ना वासति दशना शिखरे धरणीतं वासति दशना शिखरे धरणीतमलग्ना निकलङ्ककलेवनिमग्ना शशिनि कलङ्ककलेवनिमग्ना बधीतं नीलशरीरं जगदीशं हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे साबधृतं मेन शरीर हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे Abakara kamala madina kamadhuta singam dolita hirannaka sikutana bringam Abakara kamala madina kamadhuta singam Dolita hirannaka sikutano bringam kesabadritam nila shariram jaya jagadish hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Kesabadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Pralaya payasi jale Drita manasi vedam Vihita pahitra taritramakvedam Pralaya payadhi jale Vita manasi vedam Vihita pahitra शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे चलाया श्री विक्रमणे बलिमाद्भुत वामनं चलाया श्री विक्रमणे बलिमाद्भुत वामनं वदन खानीरनं हितजना पावन पावन समग्रीतं मीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे हृदय पायाधि जाले शिवेदम् पीतमहितचरितमवेदम् हृदयपायाधिजले हृदयपायाधिजाले धृत मानसीवेदम् विहितमहेत्रचरितमखेदम् केशवधृतं हीनशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृतं हीनशरीरम् जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे चलाय श्री विक्रमणे बलिमाद्भुत वामनं चलाय श्री विक्रमणे बलिमाद्भुत वामनं Jana Pavanam Kalaya Sri Vitra Madhuta Bamanam Vadana Khani Rajan Jana Pavanam Kalaya Sri Vitra Vadana Khani Rajan Jana Pavana Keshabadrita Vamana Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Keshavadrita Arupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Pranaya Payadhijale Drita Manasi Vedam Vihita Mahitra Mitra Vedam Brahmasi Papusi Vishane Janadabham Keshabadrita Nina Sariram Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Mahasi Bapushi Vishade Jajanabham Mahasi Vishade Jajanabham Ajayati Bhiti Vitanjamanabham Mahasi Vishade Vitanam Janadabham Adayati Bhiti Vitanjamanabham Keshabadrita Baladeva Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Nindati Jagabhidera Asudi Jatam Nindati Jagabhidera Jatam Radayari Dayada Sitapasu Khatam Nindati Jagabhidera Asudi Jatam Radayari Dayada Sitapasu Khatam Keshavadrita Keshavadrita Bhuta Sharira Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरु वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादां सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितां हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda.
भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Wapade Nanda जीवन में मारा Maya जानमः यथा वदस बहिर्मुख ब्रह्मजन्मे नहि मरायाच रामः यथा स्वादास बहिर्मुख ब्रह्मजन्मे नहि मरायास जनक जनानि द्वैततनय प्रभुगुरुपति कुमार राधा अमर भक्ति मिलद कहे गुणमर मन राधा मानस देह देह जो मरे ओ तुआ पदे Ajahude mana vinananana amaya jana hare hare भजा हुरे मन अभय चरणार भजा हुरे मन दीननंदन अभय चरणार भजा हुरे मन भजा हुरे मन दीननंदन अभय चरणार दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे कराये दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे कराये भव भजा हुरे मन दीननंदन अभय चरणार Nandana, फल से बिनु कृपण विरजन फल से बिनु कृपण विरजन ISKCON फल से फल से बिनु कृपण विरजन सफल सुख फल से कृपण विरजन सफल सुख धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखी अच्छे पर प्रीति रे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखिया छे पर प्रीति जीवन टलमल कोमल जल दल कोमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन तन मन भज भजनी रे कमल जल दल जीवन तन मन कमल जल दल जीवन तन मन भज हरि भजनी भज हरि पद भज मन श्री नंदन पाद सेव दासरे कबल पीतन मरण पाद सेवन दासरे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद hure mana dinanda nandana ambaya nara bhaja hure mana dinanda nandana ambaya nara Ullabamanam janamata sange karahoye bhagavate Ullabamanam janamata sange karahoye bhagavate Hureman, Inanana, Amaya Nara, Sabanitana, Marana Bandana. Sabanitana, Marana Bandana, Pada Sevana, Datsane. Sabanitana, Marana Bandana, Pada Sevana, Datsane. Pujana Sakhi Jana, Atmanivedana, Pujana Sakhi Jana, Atmanivedana, Govinda Dacha, Avilasade. Pujana Sakhi Jana, Atmanivedana, Govinda Dacha, Jahure mana inanana avayana Jahure mana.
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindam
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Enam Kanvantam Maravindadalaya Taksham Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Kandar Bhagom Vidamaniyam ISKCON.
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami.
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. Andani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Giram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Messiah, Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Iti Namane, Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shri Vasudeva Bhaktivinoda, Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shri Vasudeva Bhaktivinoda, Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shri Vasudeva Bhaktivinoda, Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shri Vasudeva Bhaktivinoda, Vande Rupa Sanatana, Raguna Sridhara Gopala, Vande Rupa Sanatana, Raguna Sridhara Gopala, Vande Rupa Sanatana, Raguna Sridhara Gopala, Vande Rupa Sanatana, Raguna Sridhara Gopala.
Mahaprabhu ki Tananita Gita Vaditramadyan Manasorasena Ramanchakam Pasu Tiranga Bhaju Vande Guru Si Charanarvindam Samsara Dhamma Naradila Loka Shakaya Nagunadavasya Vande Gurashri Charanarvindam Hiradika Madhavyara Para Ahuya Lila Urupananam Pratiksha Nanasva Ganalora Pasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Samsara Dava Nanira Loka Nanaya Karuna Naganatya Atasya Kaya Naganavasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Asya Prasada Bhagavat Prasado Asya Prasada Nakita Topi Dayam Stuvam Sasyaya Sastri Sandam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Samsara Dava Nanira Loka Nanaya Karuna Ganaganatyam Aptasya Kaya Naganavasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam 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 Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam
Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Garahari 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 Shri Garahari Sahi Gosta Bihari 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 Nanda Yasomati Chitari Nanda Yasomati Chitari Dalahola Damadara Sahikana Dalahola Damadara Sahikana Govinda Govinda Gopala 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 Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Garahari Vaja Bhakata Vasala Shri Garahari Shri Garahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Shri Garahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Govinda Govinda Gopala Govinda Govinda Gopala Shri Garahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Shri Garahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Govinda Govinda Gopala 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 Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi Arati Kesova Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shandi Arati Kesova
Jai
Ibabasai Achingorasan Ratna Singasane Ibabasai Achingorasan Ratna Singasane Arati Koren Brahma Adi Deva Gane Arati Koren Brahma Adi Deva Gane Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Jana Vikata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Jana Vikata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Kiva Dakshini Taishan Vani Kadada Kiva Dakshini Taishan Nikati Advaita Prabhu Shiva Shastradhara Nikati Advaita Prabhu Shiva Shastradhara Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Jana Vitata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Shiva Shanta Vagi Kanta Vagi Vagi Tara Tarana Shiva Shanta Vagi Kanta Vagi Vagi Tara Tarana Madhurami Ganga Vagi Arasana Madhurami Ganga Vagi Arasana Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Shani Arati Keshoba Jana Vikata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Jana Vikata Vani Jaga Jana Mana Loba Goranga Roti Keshoba 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 Jaga Jana Mana Loba Shiva Madhura 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 Shiva 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 Madhura 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Purnamada Om Purnamada Purnamidam 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 Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate Isyavasyamidam Sarvam Jatkincha Jagatyam Jagat Tena Chakrena Bunjata Magurahakashasvedana Kuvani Vahakamani Shik Chitam Samaha Vam Twai Anitito Sti Nakama Lipiti Nari Surya Kamati Loka Adena Kamsavita Kamsti to be the chanti Hey Ki Chatma no Tanaha Hey Ki Chatma no Tanaha Hey Ki Chatma no Tanaha Om Purnamada Purnamada Purnat Purnat Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnam Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnam Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Vinandanandana Vaye Naranara Vindare Vajamana Vajamana Ure Sinandanandana Avaye Charanarabindare Vallabhamana Vajanamasa Sange Durlabhamana Vajanamasa Sange Tarahari Baba Sindhure Tarahari Baba Sindhure Vedana Jovana Putra Paridana Vedana Jovana Putra Paridana Iti Ki Achapara Titi De Vedana Jovana Putra Parijana Vedana Jovana Putra Parijana Iti Ki Achapara Titi Re Iti Ki Achapara Titi Re Kamala Jala Dala Nivana Tala Mala Kamala Jala Dala Nivana Tapada Nitine Tapata Vatavadi Sanna Sitayata Pata Vatavadi Sanna Adina Janvini Jadire Adini Janvini Jadire Vifale Sevenu Vipana Durajana Vifale Sevenu Vipana Durajana Chapala Sukalava Ladire